Uh, Hi. Hello, welcome back to my uh to totally not my hyperfixation of the week. Hi. Um oh, uh do I have thoughts? No. I as my brain was wandering off, I was thinking to myself, I was like, in my how dare you? As my brain was wandering off, I was like, I can't believe Of the Devil made me made me gay. No, never mind. I was thinking about like sort of the reason why David Asher would like want to integrate his android or his AIs, yes, into society. Because looking back now, when we were talking to Helen about it, she was saying that there were like hundreds or possibly even more uh modified A16s, right? So it from the sound of it, it sounds like he made even more AI to send out into the world. Like it wasn't like, oh, like I don't know, because from the his notes, it seemed like he only had like the handful of AIs that he made while while like testing stuff out, right? And then they came together and made Sarah like those AIs, you know? But I didn't think it was like into the hundreds. Right. Like that's what I thought initially. I was like, oh, he probably sent out his AI friends because he didn't want to turn them off. But if there were like hundreds of them, like to me it sounds like he made even more AI to send like outside of what he had already created, you know? Like he created more for the purposes of distribution. so so I'm thinking like I don't know, like it's other than, you know, I don't want to turn my friends off, like there has to be another reason, like what why he would do that. And I was trying to think about like his reason and like sort of the overall like what the story is trying to theme at. Too high to make AI faster than he could. Uh you know what? I don't remember. I don't remember how many. I was trying to think of the like where are we going, you know? Um I was thinking like so with Morgan and Sarah, there's like a few parallels that they have. Morgan, like similar to Sarah, also sort of, at least from that like little flashback that we saw, I think, had like it sort of learned her her um mm, learned how to read people, sort of, like from watching movies or something. Like it seemed like that, didn't it? Like that flashback, like that one image. So like, can you stop saying what? Basically what I'm saying is that I feel like the story is shaping up into um something something like emotionally stunted people can find a place in society too. Like you know, cuz okay, so like the thing is I feel like the way, oh my god, I feel like I'm making so many assumptions and I'm scared of saying them because I'm like, I'm scared of coming back and being like, no, she, you dumbass, it wasn't like that at all. But okay, so I feel like Morgan and Sarah have a lot of like similarities in that aspect. I feel like Morgan is also very, I guess, I was like, hmm. Mm, like she's not actually. Oh my god, I don't know. I did call her kind of like robotic before, right? It's like I don't know the words for it. But it's like oh my god. Sure, let's say robotic, you know? Like I don't know, like an apathetic cold? Sure. It's like her social niceties, you know, are almost like a persona. Yeah, like she doesn't actually feel that way. It's like she's doing it because like she's saying nice things because it's polite or like it'll get her, like it'll let the other person feel like she understands them, you know, when she herself doesn't truly believe that, you know. It's like masking. It's like yeah, right? So I feel like Morgan's like more true personality is kind of similar to I don't know, genuine with her front facing emotions, right? You know, she's like more manipulative in that aspect, whereas Sarah's honest, obviously, but like she's like what she's experiencing, like the sort of disconnect between like, oh, people do this, but why do people do that? It's like it's a social norm, but I don't understand the social norm type of deal. I think it's like I don't know. Like I feel like they both kind of have that. And then on that topic, I feel like David is also very similar in that aspect. Like he's also like socially disconnected. Like he's not good with people. He's a genius, but he's not good at connecting with people socially, you know? But he wants to. Like if he didn't want to, he wouldn't be like, you know, going on a bunch of dates. Like he wants to, but he just isn't good at it. Right? So it's like so I'm like they have like a correlation with androids in that aspect. I feel like cuz it's like cuz I feel like David sees himself in the androids? Am I going too far with this? I don't know. Cause like when he was talking with Helen, he was like, "Oh, you know, like he wants the android, like he wants the AIs to like find their place in society and like be friends with everyone and something like that, you know." And he's like, "Oh," and he put them in the A16s because he's like, "Oh, maybe people will respect them more if they're like really good at doing their jobs, and like they'll gradually come to integrate with society and become and everyone becomes friends." And I don't know. Love and a peace, but uh like one of the two people he knows, so he's right to be here close. It's not like he was alive after he poisoned and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm not gonna trust people again." I feel like he like from his journal, it comes off to me as like he was just kind of always like a little bit stunted. I don't know how to describe this well. I don't have a degree in this. Um I feel like he like because he he kind of associates himself with the androids, like his reason for then wanting the androids to like be merry with like the rest of the humans in society. It's like a I don't know, like a way of seeing himself accomplish that. Like I don't know. It's I don't you write stories. Sure, but I don't have a degree in that. It's what I said. Like I didn't go to school for that. Okay. Anyway, at the very end, when we left off, it was that guy who came in, who the disposable line text thing where he was like, "Oh, Morgan, you're the thing that you wanted is here." It sounded like she was buying something. It also sounded like it was a guy who like knew what she did or what she does. But I don't know. Would Morgan tell anyone about murders? Like I feel like it's, telling people is a risk, right? But well, I mean, okay, but she has to have gotten her gun from somewhere. If you were a murderer, would you tell anyone? Yeah, no, maybe she doesn't like tell anyone. That's a dumb thing to say. So shoot me from the past 3 seconds. But I mean, okay, so like she must have gotten like the untagged old gun from somewhere, and maybe it's from like whatever whatever she's picking up now. I don't know. But I don't know. Shrug. Continue. Okay. We're so rich. You can choose to play. Oh, right. Also, I put a preliminary part 1 on this because let's not kid ourselves. This will probably take also at the very least 2 streams. So keep track of who buys what. No, I'm saying it's like a drug dealer contacting her. Like it's like a drug dealer who's like, hey, but I'm not gonna stop early. I'm even if it becomes like 3 a.m. I don't think we'll finish, is what I'm saying. Okay. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. The minimum ante for hints will be increased and maximum completed will also earn an exclusive phone charm. You can turn high roller off at any time. Episode contains time-sensitive choices. You can double the duration. Oh, right. Testimony section of actionable words. Okay, yeah. Well, of course. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. No, keep them arm. Part 1 of 1. You know that's not gonna happen. Okay. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Is this my citizenship test? Mathings. Piece of shit's still trying to lie to our faces. Whoa. Mathings is our senator, man. What, still? Hey, shit. Hey, wake up! Hello? From the top, I guess. What is your name? Ikari. Oh, it's... Oh, this was the... Oh shit, what was it? That wealthy family. What did they call them? The new something. Nobility. I don't know what that is. Ikaria. What year is it? 2086. What did he say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go Again in the head. One thing I said. One thing I asked. Anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So we calibrated yet or what? No. But we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. You want to get to the real questions? Or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go, and the barbitocene will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? No. Stop. Because you were too spooked to do this over the line. I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. Hello. What I tell you, there's heat. I mean, why are you southern? I know. I always listen. See? Breathable layers. Oh, right. This is the what do you call it? I remember seeing the title screen for chapter 2 before. Yeah. Okay. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded. What? Are we sticking with this? Okay. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You're lighter. Memorize the map? You kept it pretty vague, but X marks the spot. But yeah, I think I got the gist of it. You're that worried about a paper trail? Protective Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can de-an an entire city blocks crumbs in less than an hour. Oh. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be as well read as Reynard Diamani. I'm sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is gonna be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duties seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice. Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around, well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised that they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower words. Is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower words by herself. Cause you're such a delicate flower in need of sorry. Cause you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. All while chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How is the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand? Printing to demand? Printed to demand. If it's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rust harvest. Vitruvian, How, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Right. Hence the Rust stockpiling weapons. And, in response, the Blue Bloods sensing escalation. That's just my hypothesis. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing. If I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, I'll call it a formal theory. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea leans in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent. Down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How does this part go again? Through me the way to the city of woe, through me the way to eternal pain, through me the way among the lost. Inferno, Canto 3. Sure. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison, always dark. That the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, glowing attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you now. Fuck. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. It's sweet of you to worry, but this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a dramatic. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Oh, whoa. Be the cyberpunk? Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town, as long as you're trying to. Reynard's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tiered kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as the headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me, with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Talking. Oh well. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too, so it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Ooh. What does that say? Call Gar. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt at the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark, but there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Actually, speaking of, I haven't looked at the updated stuff. Oh, just us. Likes Power Washer's lamb chops prime numbers. Dislikes lectures felt the violin. Plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo, Mahjong E-card. Favorite flower, the funny looking red ones. Like Corsis radiata. Eggs, fried and runny. Nice. Me too. Oh, this is the... Oh, he sent over an article. Public Works. Construction headed to ballots. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Oh, okay. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436 2D. Petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. Sponsored by Aaron Houston Myers. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Okay. Proposition 492 1A, funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Sponsored by Chopin Howe Industries Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy, super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. Oh, okay. So elevators that go up and down from the canopy? The measure is generally viewed favorably as representatives from the lower wards, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Okay. Proposition 493. Renaming Atlas pillars to honor local community figures. Okay. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community Project in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets that they are built atop of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it became rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having the mayor at the time repeatedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Commission of Report on Victims of Acid Snow. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. previously underreported on, while the industrial accidents did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere. The film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If the proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents in the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims. Though, as one of the conditions of the settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault of wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Okay. So, the propositions are, what? This is compensation for victims of acid snow. This is renaming the Atlas Pillars to people in the community. This is funding rejuvenation of the Atlas Pillars. And this one is bring back public schooling. Okay. Capitalism. Awesome. Some terms. Rust. Rust gang. Showing results for Rust. Criminal organization. The domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members was suspected of racketeering, under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. Okay. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust's component cells or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations in illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They are particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has, fortunately, limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. However, in the People vs. Harmony K systems, the state alleged that Harmony K had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. Oh. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Okay. Orca gang, organized criminal associate, is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations. Supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with charges to the organization of recruitment for an internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, Kale or KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be called a den. Okay. Mods? Okay, I think this is probably the same. Yes. IoT. Oh, this is also probably the same. Right. So earlier they were talking about there was a new something like make that can de-anon crumbs within an area, right? And crumbs are small packets of data containing your unique identifying information. Throughout your day, your own Internet of Things devices, your own IoT devices say hi to other devices. They'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gifts. For paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human vehicular traffic. Right, so crumbs are basically like a tracking thing. Crumbs, it's like tracking who you meet, who you talk to, and where you're going. So like cookies. Kind of like cookies, yes. But, you know, cookies are limited to when you're just on the browsers. Whereas this is like, this is probably why they named them crumbs too. It's like a in-person cookie on your phone. Okay. Anyway, that was a break. Okay. So there's the heavy door, and then the one with that wasn't as broken down that has like security cameras and people. And then this one. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt, just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man, respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Oh, that's us. Yes, paper trail, breadcrumbs. It all makes sense. Hello? Oh. What? What? Hey. Great acting. Oh my god. Oh my god. This height difference. You're supposed to be the lookout? I couldn't tell from the number of eyes on your little cloak. Red Hood. What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away? At least I can take direction. Whatever, a lookout being around just confirms that I've picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make him open up? Knock. I want to, 'cause I think it'd be funny. Yeah, knock. No answer. Should I have tried knocking in a pattern? Shave and a haircut. No, that would be silly. Oh. Hey! You open? Maybe not for me. Fine. I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob pumped. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First, you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally, you... Forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. The door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This... apartment building? Motel? Whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Always blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture. Access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. With blaring musical accompaniment. Hello? Don't get ideas. Got no vacancy. And here I thought I found my dream home, Mr. Call me... Shit, I don't know what to say. Call me Trey. And too bad. We're closed for this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right. You see a lot of demand? It's the lower wards, bitch. He sized the ward without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray dogs will pay top for a site to lay down low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy. The locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But, like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curious there. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket now. Fine. Won't be a problem. Good. Lose the gloves, too. So that's their game? This isn't a power move, it's insurance. This place gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers an extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Refuse. Yeah, no. That's not happening. Bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid it yet? Come on. Right behind you. You're here? Yeah. Hey, I'll get the door. Oh boy. Hello. Huh? Oh my god. Oh my god, what are we walking into? I'm so... Howdy! Where the hell did you find her? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What the hell is attached to this guy? Is that a gun? Okay. Oh god, fuck me. Must have fallen out of the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Cause if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Thanks. Come on, she... How hard is it not to open a goddamn door? Well, she has... Shut up! The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's laced with drugs. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop. They think I'm a cop, and cops can't use drugs when undercover. I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? No. That was in your mouth, man. What? Sorry. It's not that you're bad looking, it's just... Trey! Who the hell is this red bitch? You trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. What kind of post? Why'd you have to bring her in tonight? Fuck. Why'd you have to bring her here? Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? We were gonna have pizza and watch movies, so she's ruined the whole vibe. There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well, Creek. She's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek. Talk to me. She's got a dark card. Whistle. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? What the hell is... Okay. What the hell am I looking at? No. I want to give him a funny voice, but I feel like I'm scared it's gonna come to bite me in the ass later. Dark card, sorry. Dark card, huh? I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking at this Creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Oh, oh, the Kaito Momoto pose. Oh, that Kaito, okay. There are a lot of Kaitos out there. No. Yeah, but tonight, Creek. With all the other shit we're expected to show. Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer? You think the word was You think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation: outsider.
Yeah, thanks, Miller, I know. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged.
Look, she's here now, so why not take her money?
Know what? I got a better idea.
Oh man. Apply the text. Apply directly to forehead. Head on. Apply directly to... Oh wait, shit, I fucked up. Okay, hang on. What is... Okay. Do. The loud one, Tanks, is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead.
Why not take her for all she's got?
Metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. Try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. Whoa! I've totally not been playing and streaming this game for the entire week. He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety.
Get screwed.
So, we good? We're good. We are good, right, Creek?
Threading a thin needle, lady. Got a lot of moving parts need the service here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Oh my god. Fear. Observe. Review. Reduce. Review. Recycle. Reuse. What happened? What? You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter.
Order? This ain't a meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily.
Torture.
You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. The Cricket case.
He's corrupting the Crico algorithm. Algorithm? The fuck am I saying? He's corrupting the Crico acronym a lot, but his risk assessment is misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. You get the updated...
Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover.
It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you?
If you were bothering me, you'd know it.
Cool. This... What? Beer and cards? Did I interrupt a game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules?
Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we've got to kill time, lady.
You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then.
Well, feel slumming for card games.
Now and then.
Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s.
Sorry. Must have been some other redhead.
Damn, thought I finally got my second chance getting that beauty's contacts.
You practice that one a lot?
Practice it a little. How's it working?
Keep practicing. Get me out of here. Oh wait. I could talk to this guy, but not the other guys. Oh no. And also the loud one. Okay. I'll check everything and then talk. That door is nearly as sturdy as the one at front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? That a walk-in freezer or something?
What? No,
We had an agreement about hovering, yeah?
Yeah. It's barred from this side. Check water and hydrate. I did. I already did. Any more hydrate and I'll have to piss. What is this? Oh. Hello? Anything here? Anything I can touch or poke at or observe? I think that was it. Maybe. Oh no. Wait. What? Is there something up here? Hello? I don't know. I think I was just hallucinating. Okay, I guess I will talk to people. Nodding the screen to the beat. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty.
well, that's just cause I was exercising before you showed up.
Uh-huh.
Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here?
I assumed the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role.
Think we can afford to break the bank on our bullets? On bullets? It's easy to buy a gun.
Pulling triggers. Also easy.
Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets.
An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights.
But fist fight is in juvie. Sounds like recess shit.
Sorry? Fisticuffs?
Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound of the first time you hear the sound a CLR mix came in skull it, you'll get exactly how we operate.
Right. Sorry. Okay. Pester. Hello.
What?
Nothing. You're just kind of glaring at me.
It's my job to clear at suspect bitches like you.
Thinks it's just superstitious. No, I wouldn't call it a superstition. Till it stops keeping you alive.
Am not.
Thanks is gonna ruin my throat. Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something?
It's your clothes.
Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code.
It's not a code. Fuck. It's not a code. It's just bad goddamn luck to wear red.
Bad luck to see red, man.
Same thing.
Nah, you see the red hood. Then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird. Won't doom you.
Great. It'll only doom us.
I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys.
Really? You're blending in so well.
Red Rider Hood, Shinigami, Grim Reaper of the lower wards.
Oh man.
Spot her on a misty night and end up dead by morning light.
Come on, Creek, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it.
Don't have to believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme.
You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the wards seeking revenge.
No, never.
Not even uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the Cyberpunk or the little Lord next?
Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing.
Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are.
Says the grown man swimming because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even?
Walk under any. Where would you even find a?
Oh, you mean a step? I was literally thinking, I was like, you can't walk on any ladders. What about step ladders? No.
Oh, did you mean a stepladder? Now who's afraid? You look pale as spit.
Because for some reason, just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet.
Alright, come here. Pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started.
Give me a sec. I just realized that my shirt is on backwards. Okay.
What was your first job?
Waitress.
Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. Diners filter out, doors close at 10. You all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes expecting you to find him a table.
Yeah.
Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to.
That's my actual shirt.
So, related note, you're here to buy. A paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, okay?
Sure.
And no haggling. Now, what are you here for?
Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the third floor at the moment, but in spirit he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He is between crowds. Oh, he's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better.
What the hell did you do that for?
It was too loud.
We like it loud. Screws with bugs, wires, and cops. Are you a cop?
Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time.
Relax, Tanks.
Like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth.
That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something?
You're not that far off. His son is turning 18, and he wants a party. An organic party.
What's that supposed to mean?
Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dart card, slaps me on the rear and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever.
That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller.
Stand up. Raise your hands.
I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something.
See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but bosses, right?
Yeah.
Mine's been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces.
Tucked inside her jacket, round the left pocket.
His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language?
Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe.
Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers?
Would have been the polite thing to do. Yeah.
Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town. Guess I was just being careful around new faces.
Alright.
You're letting her keep it?
I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder though, why'd a high-power corporate mover why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go cross the skywalk over to the nearest Ikaria-owned dispensary?
Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Ikaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but damn it, that article that I read, fuck, what was it? They had, was it mafia ties? I think? I forgot what their, like, the family slash company does again. But they were trying to improve their public image, but they have like a history of like shady business or something. Well, I can read between the lines. They're at a competition. So if these bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly too.
Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind.
Can we not do business?
No one said that.
So,
What'll it be?
well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own phone.
Even if it'd be funny to watch?
I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere.
Downers, huh? We've got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours.
Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they?
No. Not until the morning, at least.
Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end?
Got plenty. As long as they don't mind hippos.
Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything that they can inhale?
Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our bestseller.
Sounds great.
Unfortunately, it's on high demand, so... on it, okay.
I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it.
Gladly.
Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar.
Checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase.
Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transferred among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it, because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. Huh. So, what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark. Spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor.
Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherry wood. I found it in Minecraft. So sorry. Redid the paint myself with a finish I had imported.
It's a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight.
Oh yeah, that. You like it?
No. Sorry, can't say I do. It's a bit martial for my tastes. Have you considered giving it a polish?
That'd be a crime.
Oh?
Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize.
Prize. It's not yours.
Something I picked up on the job. Oh, a masculine voice.
Muffled. Possibly gagged. And stifled, as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight.
Really wish you left the music on, lady.
Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear your words you said.
Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything.
Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business.
Okay. Speaking of my business, how are we looking?
The card's still processing.
Sorry about that.
Because it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Batteries plummeting. Ugh, dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth.
Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse.
Your boss, your boss must be a careful guy. Delegating you to come down here with this.
Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs.
Nah,
If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference.
good on you, ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. Yeah. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification and we're golden. Oh. Is there a problem?
Yeah, is there a problem?
No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard.
What's that?
That the Blue Bloods have gotten something special in recently.
And trust everything you hear out there, or read, or see.
No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask?
Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to.
Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand?
I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent, but I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them.
What's so special about it? I mean, if they exist, which they don't. If you want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady.
State puts up cameras. We put on masks. State adds layered scans. We wear helmets. High tech climbs higher. Low tech punches lower. Back and forth. Up the escalators. But a no mask's got tasks. But a no mask's got tech that can't be answered.
I've got no.
You've got talent? Damn. That's double the talent.
No mask got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock.
Anti-facial recognition fractalized active defense. Any camera, scanner, or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you can just walk down the busiest street in the city and break every camera in half a kilometer.
You know your stuff.
Buyer beware.
But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who's got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily.
So, how much?
Huh. More than you can afford, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options.
Maybe you do have the money, but that's not the issue.
Like to find scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Rock, paper, scissors, but you still win. Yeah, Okay.
I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for.
End of discussion.
Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck.
You weren't sent here on some errand.
Shit.
What? What is it?
Take a long look, boys, cause you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant.
She's some kind of meg spy?
If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say now, could I?
Oh shit!
Is it really this easy?
Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason why I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall.
Because I still haven't paid for my purchase?
Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They treat you that as some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with?
Something I was born with. Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honestly, always speeds up the negotiation. Oh, honesty always speaks up the negotiation. So, in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too?
How's that?
You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. The only reason you'd enter a customer while in the middle of... Oh, only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need.
Don't assume desperation or need.
How about want? You want the dark account. You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds.
And why is that?
To steal from your bosses.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us.
Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance. Stop. You want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card from the mask.
Not even close.
The card, plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly.
Nah, sister. You don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. You can get a loan from the bank for.
I don't like it, but not cash then. Might as well try it. What about information instead?
I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel.
I could give you heartbreak.
What'd she say? Funny.
That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country. That's some Meg's back and call.
Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up. Seriously? No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily?
I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak?
To learn from him? Make an example of him? Hire him? You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Ikaria, the state, and everyone who wants a piece of peace for decades. Yet Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him, nothing you'd want to ask him. If he was sitting right in front of you. Why she thinks she offered an account. They get used to them. No, I think they just want the card itself. Oh, well, they did ask for the fingerprints, right? Honestly, I don't know.
following scene the following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed.
Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card, it's just... that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. This cat in my lap. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until...
Sounds like you've got your own Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about.
Getting pulled in every direction.
I know the feeling.
Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek?
Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. Wait, hold on. I think I talked too fast. We're gonna spike the... No. I just said it wrong. Spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot. I was just personally curious.
Curiosity can get you into trouble. Down here at the bottom of the world.
Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about this discretion.
I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please.
Sure. I'll just take off my gloves. Here. Oh yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all this?
Yeah, actually. Well,
Only needed to distract him for a second.
Hello.
Less than one heartbeat.
Hello.
I did tell him to mind the safety. Oh, it's the gun that he was Oh. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso.
Holy shit.
Oh. He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind him, motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in front of his... A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks duly into my shoulder. He'll be fine. He'll also be fine. You sure? As I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Carotid doesn't sound right. Wait, is he really going to try to pull it out? Someone's been stabbed! What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Apply pressure, something dry. Okay. Until what? Emergency services arrive? Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain. Already losing vision.
Red.
And dropped with all the space of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves. Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in the pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 2020. The gun's double-barreled. 2 shots spent. Miller still has my knife in a little death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. Oh. What the hell? Why not?
Oh, shit.
Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess.
Oh, fuck.
Well, that's the end of the chapter is due. So too. So that's how she got around not having the fingerprints. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Still, got the job done after a few whacks, but... Well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been good at anything the first time. I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire. And that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still had its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So, I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on.
Oh, shit.
Wow, someone's lively.
You fuck. Who the hell?
Some kind of mod keeping him alive? The cruelty, under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp. His eyes are sharp. Paralyzed.
There are rules, I thought.
Blood's pooling fast. You got 4 minutes.
4 minutes? For what?
Everything.
You're no Meg Assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey Lady? All that red should've. You, the Rust's newest rabbit dog? Caribou?
It's cute how you all give each other nicknames.
You're a civilian?
Where's the mask?
What? Go to hell.
You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys.
Civilian, leave.
Left is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved.
So, you're just out of your goddamn mind.
I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude?
You seem like you can take it.
The key clicks into a small safe. I pull upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important?
So considerate. Just throw it anywhere.
Okay.
I was joking!
3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is. Gleaming darkness in the back of the safe.
So that's it. You. All of this. All of us. For that? Just for that?
I get asked that question a lot.
Hello.
Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me?
Suppose it makes sense, you wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve must be the worst kind of feeling, being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak. Yeah, big bad faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk, but even I... Don't flatter yourself.
It's not that you're particularly perceptive. Make you out from... Okay. But I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking.
First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories, out the window. You go around killing cause your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough?
My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount.
So, what the hell is your excuse?
I don't make excuses.
Then what the hell is wrong with you?
Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze?
How many?
Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread?
Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch!
Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to.
Do what thou wilt. All of the law. Is that it?
Don't know what you're referring. Don't know what you're referencing. Is that what it is? But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask back down to my face, and again, its surface seems to shudder.
Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming.
I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable.
Told you that mask was a death sentence, that it was spoken for. They call in a huntsman from overseas, home turf. Huntsman can be anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. I don't hear it cutting out.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Finders keepers.
Ugh, forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning lost. Always thought better translation was Hell Taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go and murder. What a face. Should have taken you up on tipping out early. Anything beat dying, staring at a face like that.
Sorry. Gotta get a cat out of my lap. So, a huntsman coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. Hang on. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more. Make this look more like a orca shootout than a visit from me. Get it back. Cover tracks. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything, though I never bothered to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have a need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Totally forgot about the iMods doing that. Oh man. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife. I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So, what does that leave? Remember everything Morgan handled? Girl. Better try. The police don't miss fingerprints. If you're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on. Right? What did she say? Focus, no mistakes. Okay, actually, before I do all of that, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't read. Does this mean it'll happen again? Anyway, the profiles of these guys that are no longer breathing. Okay. Sungmin Trey Trench. April 2nd. Occupation freelancer. Likes vending machines, skate parks, ice chips. Dislikes rich kids, fried food, ops. Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no incidents on record. Tanks. August 11th, blah blah blah. Occupation handyman. Likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, cops. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months. Juvenile correctional campus. Douse everything in acid. Oh yeah, that would be really subtle. Evans Miller smiles. Occupation tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum, terrariums. Dislikes bookies, gin, cops. Vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record. Evans smiles. Lakers Creek Kristoff. Entrepreneur. Likes making money, making friends. Dislikes doctors. Grand theft. Case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion. Case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns any. What was Tank's name? Anchor Tan. Oh, crazy. Okay, there's quite some terms that I missed out on. No. Classical Japanese masked dance drama. No, translated literally as ability, is a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century. Strictly regulated by the Iamoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor, No's strict adherence to the tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypical costumes and masks and must... Oh, hello, thanks for following. Took me a while to read. Performers wear archetypical costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted, such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently. That was also what I called the... That's what the... Okay, yeah. Nirvana drug. Okay. Metahexfentanil. Not fentanyl. Fentanyl. Shut up, Mars. Is an illegal stimulant sold in black markets as a recreational drug under the street named Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve. When taken as an inhalant, it is a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. Thanks, SARS. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals have made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking of is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty. Okay. Let's see. Cyberpunk. Oh, right. Yes. CRICO. Combating Racketeer Influenced by Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. The Combating Racketeer Influenced by Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Oh, okay. Buy two, get two free. Okay. Though much of the law is built off previous legislature designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law. It makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. What is... This is a long-ass sentence. Hold on. It's considered necessary to adapt to changes. Okay. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Post-CRICO, Corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Oh, okay, okay. So it's like, what do you call it? Like, if the corporation with legal business charges registered with this estate, right? Like, they can't be called, like, they can't be considered criminal organizations, even if they are doing what? I think. Even if they're doing something criminal conspiracy. Stop saying what? Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. This is also frequently searched for how to avoid criminal charges easy 2086. Prisoner's dilemma explained, is it illegal to gather with people? Oh wait. Oh, I was like, okay. What is... Stop! What is racketeering? I keep seeing what is racketeering? Engaging in a pattern of illegal, coordinated, and often coercive activities for profit, frequently associated with organized crime. Stop. No, you need to shut up. Set up a coercive, fraudulent experiment on release. Oh. I think if a company does a lot of small criminal, they can be treated as a criminal organization and get heavier punishment. No, if a company, so like if they are a legal company, corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges. So like if they are a somewhat of a legal company, right? Like they have criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses, right? Like then they're immune to like the charge. Yeah, so like kind of the opposite. Like it's not a good thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not a good thing if you're not the owner of a shady company. So yeah. Like this isn't good. This is none of this is benefiting for the common person. Capitalism. Wow. Okay. All right. Blue Blood Mafia, an international criminal organization known for extorting corporations through shipping ports. The international criminal organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dock workers' unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled with as increasing nationalism around the globe combined with improvements in border security made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of blue bloods, and even among ex-members there remains debate about which side approached which, or when the blue bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the blue bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. The same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between their Blue Bloods. Well, same time period also saw a cooling of hostility between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. Okay. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expending the resources it would take to change the status quo. Okay. Smuggling. Automated dependent. Oh, ads. Okay, yes. Mist, which is killing someone with a modern firearm because the blood explodes. Oh, and Meg. Okay. Great. All right. Time to remember what I used. Sword. Okay. What if I just clean up everything, Loki? Return keys. The remote. Oh, yes, that. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? You like it loud? Screws with bugs? He was right about that much. A little smokescreen never hurts. You've been here all night. Meg and Orca is a fun duality. Meg and Orca. Is Meg also a whale? What about the gun? Where's the gun go? Oh, maybe she already wiped the prints off the gun. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. What is this? I see your keychain. Like Megalodon. Oh! I know what you are. I know you're a filthy weeb. You first had that katana and now you have a maid keychain? I know what you are. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. Around his neck. Okay. Oh, the card. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pins and strings leading back to the manufacturer, or even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Krieg's pod mugged it off some summer and we're trying in vain to get beer money off of it. Enfield. Don't talk. Zay's playing Enfield. That's all I know. Oh, I like that. Oh, sorry, this is so off topic. Fuck. I like that, what's his name? The raccoon guy. Enfield. That's my bro. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit, probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. That it? Did I already get the gun? Is this like, because they're testing if I remember everything, is this like they won't advance unless I press it, even if I got everything? Right? I feel like she already got the gun, yeah. The gun and the knife, right? Okay, well I saved, so I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's been set. Oh, yay! It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. Sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle, and then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Ah, so it was the toilet that was making all that noise now. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at the risk of getting sick if it weren't for all the blood. Right. Hello? To do with you. Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, being bloody and... Smell adrenaline? Is that normal? Isn't it like a turn of phrase? Drugged. He's syringed. Says they wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. You must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that burned the store is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive somehow got his hands on a blade... there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Hold that for me. As for the gun... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. Now, I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already? Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. I do have to say, the way that guy was tied, like how it was drawn, why was it kind of... I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, 3:35 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Neurons activating? Also, from the intro, it seems like that guy was from the... Hi, Sarah. From the, what was it called again? Ikaria family, which was the family that I read about in that pamphlet, but don't remember all the details for it, but they're like a wealthy something, and they're also involved in gang mafia stuff and competition against the Blue Bloods. So they were holding him there because they, well, yeah. So since we didn't get him, he probably will die, but he feels a little bit too important to just die. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll have more importance as a dead guy. Okay. Hi, Sarah.
Like I practiced. Shy.
Pardon?
Keep working on it, kid.
Irashaimase.
It it is kind of interesting how in American Japanese restaurants sometimes they'll get the workers to say it anyway. It's just like a welcome in, like coming into a restaurant or something, I think. Oh. Bar Kintsugi. Oh, she's working. Oh, that's... it all makes sense. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out?
She's, It is she, right? Never worked this close to an ad before. Oh, never worked this close with an ad before.
She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued.
She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with an android bartender? They talk like it installed a new karaoke machine.
I didn't know you had a younger crowd.
Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her bass installs? It's like I have to teach her everything.
Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time.
Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know.
Favor?
Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi.
Kintsugi. think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day, indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all, but Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how short-changed I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And, of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy.
Yeah, alone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out. Does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee.
If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits.
Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you?
It's not a paycheck.
Don't lawyer me on this shit.
Sarah can't earn a paycheck, she's not a person.
If she walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person...
The Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0.
Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear a...
Touché. Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on.
I have started purchasing cases of wine.
What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were?
As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase, especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in this traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews.
So you'll resell the wine at a profit. And what will you do with that money?
Stop it, you're making her depressed.
I did also purchase a cache of sheet music.
What? What for?
Practice?
You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, this place isn't exactly packed.
Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go to after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar.
Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though.
Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all this stress on my stomach. Sarah, tend bar.
Ahem. What are you buying, stranger?
What was that?
Haas has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here.
And so you're using a deeper voice?
Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order.
Oh. I can read a thing! Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? There'd be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. The Sirius debuts new fuel named a new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Stop. Now, Proteca, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left.
Oh, damn. So I didn't know that about the future.
The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? He2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that, improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. Oh, okay. That's essentially what Proteca has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it. I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize Proteca's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough scale, and since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time scale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say there are people who don't like that very basic math. What the fuck? Wait. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Haha, no. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you are so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it, and so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that, because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics, and not the failings of the scientific community to log in with your Review Plus account and with the cast fee. Blah, 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 blah. For our pop sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of... I don't know if it's renewable energy, but it's a fuel, right? Wait, is it renewable? It didn't say renewable. It was just a fuel. Is it a... New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. It'd be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like the safer hydrogen fuel.
Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back.
Perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea into my head...
A self-fulfilling prophecy.
The door? Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded. Oh wait, speaking of, I actually haven't checked. Let me check some terms. Oh, the data pads. Okay, right. Article is the one we just read. And... Oh, Sarah! Paralegal apprentice Kinsugi likes Spiritfield Diopter Wing Chun folding clothes. Okay, dislikes mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Favorite quote. As you think, so shall you become. Confession. I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. Okay. Diamani. Reinhardt Boss. Diamani. Okay, June 15, 184, employee, blood type. Okay. Occupation. Owner operator Kinsugi. Likes libraries, boating, fast learners. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things. Collects ancient coins. Pet peeve. Web pages that take too long to load. Don't mention speed at which Kinsugi site load. Okay. Okay. Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded. Or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, it'd start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Cat? Oh, it's a lucky cat. Oh wait, it's cute. It's a lucky cat. ... Yeah.
Did you say something, Adonai?
No.
I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say.
I don't know what you're talking about.
As you say.
Oh, was that the cat thing from the... Oh my god. Lucky QQ, and every QQ is lucky. Oh my god. Morgan. Ruse. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambience, soft lighting, Warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to come streaming. Dot dot dot. Any day now. Emma, you shall be missed. If we see Emma again within the stream, I'll put her back. I think I'm ready to order.
Of course.
I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit.
I loitered enough for Diamani to come back.
No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them.
Then pretend to clean them, like a normal employee.
Understood.
What's got you so tense?
Take a wild guess.
Did Sarah ask for a raise?
Be serious, Red. What happened last night?
I'm a prize for episode 1. Oh yeah, I did. No, the prize for episode 1 high roller was Rias in a bunny suit. Which I don't know if I'm legally allowed to show. Emma's just one of the Emma's one of the other ones you can buy. Dot dot dot. Your information was accurate for the most part. A pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it.
And were they willing to sell?
Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door.
They weren't curious where you got your information from.
Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer.
Were they expecting more company?
I got the impression they had work to get back to.
Okay. Anything else I should know?
No.
Anything you want to ask me?
How did you two meet?
The tables!
On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lofty.
Lo-fi.
Is that inappropriate of a question? Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters in...
If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around a set.
How we met, huh? Well, that story's
Not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reinhardt a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed?
It is not illegal to gamble.
I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous masked ball cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at.
guilty.
So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out on such odd hours without so much as your phone.
You gonna turn me in? Someone came in here.
Irashai! Or is it more firm? Irashai!
Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. She calls it gambling, we call it murder. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Is this... Are you guys together? Or is Suit noir. Dot dot dot. Shade slick. More emphasis on the raw.
Oh, thank you.
I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check that out? Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived.
Go on.
Please excuse me then.
Afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Mr. Diamani.
Pardon us for dropping in without making an appointment. Without first making an appointment.
No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt.
Do we look like petty landlords to you? If you hold us tribute, you know it by now.
My mistake.
Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly will a deal. How about you?
We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well,
Name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani?
Right.
Leave me alone.
Listen, boys. I'm not sure.
Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm a Morgan, Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I got a business card somewhere.
we're not interested in that.
Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for...
You need to come with us now, ma'am.
Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know.
Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow?
You look like I can.
Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then. My rate will have to reflect that.
Send us a bill.
We can afford it.
Music to my lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then,
You think you're funny?
compared to you?
Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Ikaria.
Oh, yes. On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. Oh. It pays to stay informed. I'm familiar.
You are?
I've seen their name in the papers. Yes, indeed. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working.
Doesn't matter how rich they are at Galas. They're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city.
Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier?
Sorry. Might I ask about the nature of this engagement?
The situation is developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience.
It's not what you want to hear.
So I gathered.
Oh wait, that was the... Your presence has been requested at a family estate, ma'am.
For business or...
The Ikaria are always business.
Shall we get your year coat? Shall we get your year coat?
Such gentlemen! Who knew... Who knew? Such gentlemen knew those suits weren't just for show. So the law protects them. Yes. They are a legitimate business, so they can't be like taken down as like a mafia gang. But they do criminal stuff. I can see myself out just fine though. What was this? Knew those suits weren't just for show. Oh, I can see myself out just fine though.
Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere?
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you.
If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know.
Tell me when you get there, yeah?
If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Capitalism.
Boss? Who are those men really?
New clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully.
Hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Ikaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like.
But what do you mean by house?
Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor. Waters the whole thing down.
Understood.
1.5 ounces of vodka. What do we look for in good vodka?
Smoothness.
Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is.
Historically, the ruling class, and enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familiar relations.
Use of a full lime. Look for a little spring and consistent color across the skin. Nobility. Old money is another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money. Shit, sorry. I'm trying to stamp down a cough and it didn't work. Okay. Which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other.
Doesn't new money eventually become old money?
If the old money can't help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Try to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes.
Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right.
Not the kind of bad I'm talking about.
I don't understand.
That's alright, you shouldn't need to know.
But what do you mean that your family was new money?
Times changed. About 30 years ago. Recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So, while everyone else was panicking, selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying, for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with.
New money.
A new kind of new money. A new nobility. New ability, if you're writing a think piece.
Right, that's the thing that I came across last chapter.
Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of the world tried to re-privatize the industries they had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Ikaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Ikaria cartel. Drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. Came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake.
So they are a crime family, like the mob?
This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Ikaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper.
But not in practice.
Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty. Haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. That's not right at all. The hell did I forget?
Us?
Huh?
There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times.
Yeah.
So what did the Ikaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then?
Stupid. Most important ingredient.
Blood? Did it say blood childhood?
Drop a grenadine. Lady Maria.
It's beautiful.
This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the night. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Ikaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold.
How did they compete with the other criminal organization? They killed all of them.
Ooh, thieving and murdering you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my. There's so much Japan in this. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. So much Japan. So much East Asian. But I can probably say Japan since everything else has been very Japan. In a minute, he drops something red into a gold drink. Yeah. He's basically saying that Ikaria, the reason why they rose to such power is because of their, I'm guessing, because of their like criminal activities. Oh, to be honest, Ikaria might also have like a red association with the color red. Though Morgan's the one with the most association. Because the blue bloods, so the guys in the lower wards that we killed, right? Those guys were saying that red is an unlucky color. So which they could be referring to that red hood person, which I think at the time I was thinking at least was Morgan, but I don't know if she realized that. And the whole red is unlucky could have came solely from that, or it could also have some relation to Ikaria since the blue bloods are against them. I don't know. Don't get lost in the sauce. The red sauce. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the wait, hold on. Chat. Okay. There's a term. Neobility. Yes. How to marry into wealth. Yes, very important. Okay. Time will tell. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled out outside an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me, and there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. Good spot to go fishing. This is probably a man-made pond, not gonna lie. Also, I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here.
We were too late.
Only by a few min.
He filled a time slot.
Ready? Then we got no chance of.
Maybe, if his other meeting went well.
Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room.
Quiet!
I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here?
You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet.
Really? Oh no, that's it.
No, your phone won't work in here.
Go figure. So the illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Crazy. Not even in their wildest dreams. Go fish? If I wasn't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scope out. If you're an impatient and undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Yeah, here you are. Also, jeez. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe, but my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they've failed to be sufficiently intimidating. ESS Proposition City ahead of next month's convention. Okay, jeez. Inefficient, okay. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers. Oh, that was the guy that the Ikaria hostage mentioned. For securing his nomination. Goes to one of the most competitive political conventions. Oh, okay. Before securing his... Okay. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of... Hang on. Man. City officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Or contracting. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough? Said Demico, head of press relations, Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who emphasize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we can get out our boots. And any of the subhuman scum who emphasize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. Okay. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring, but some, who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism.
2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Putting the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers.
This article is presented to you advertiser free thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGill of the McGill Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, and Rockford Fund for the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you. Please sign in to read the math. Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting? Oh, what? Does Emma's family do... Does Emma's family do what, like television, cable? Or is Emma just what? Okay, interesting. Lore. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city is hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the consultative... the city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on... What was it again? Hire mercenaries... Supporting candidate. Oh no, it's mercenaries, right? Because they want more protection. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget. It makes little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though. Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. You think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing. Even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Okay, that's what it was like. What cops are dying in the lower ward? It's... okay. Well, I've looked around and at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... Maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking.
What are you? Hey!
Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water.
Stop staring and get a move on.
Honestly, I should probably just give him that voice, huh? If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside. So he seems nice. 4:09 p.m. August 14th, 2086. Ikaria Tower residential floors. Grand Hall. Have we seen him before? No. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all. Uptight woman. She's the one?
Doesn't look like much.
Yawns. Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks suddenly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving.
Be still, the young master returns.
So is it the... oh. um...
You're late.
Hold on, wait.
Your master, sir, we...
Everyone slow down.
We came back as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was...
This is just some sassy lost child. That's the little kid. I'm trying to remember the kid from before, but the kid from before, I feel like their eyes were different. But I don't remember.
Silence.
And
Yes, sir.
What time were you told to return by?
4 o'clock, sir.
And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone.
Oh, permission to check my phone.
You're late. You are tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner.
Sir, we...
You'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside.
is this a prank? Am I being recorded?
He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu.
Please let this be a prank.
And I don't think you can fathom the cost of your tardiness. The cost your tardiness has incurred.
If the lead up to my execution is just some kid reading The Art of War, I might just...
What is the #1 rule in this family?
Timeliness, sir.
When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So says I.
Oh god.
So, if you two ever waste my time, the house's time, again, expect to be dragged through hell.
I'm already there.
Now both of you get out.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Useless. You, red woman, you're being addressed.
Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible.
You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer.
As fast as possible. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense. Mr... how should I address you?
As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do.
Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto. I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here.
Oh, I'll have to kneel on a bed of nails later for such thing. Mrs. Defense,
This is really...
the house has need of your legal services.
Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. I feel this is building up to something that I started worrying about because, okay, you know how Morgan left that long-haired guy who was tied in the bathroom there to make it seem like he was the one who murdered everyone? Yeah, so, since he's part of the Ikaria family, right? Are they asking her to defend him about those murders? Wait, no. Or, I mean, or he died. I don't know. But that would be rough if that was the case. Right? It'll be like, who's the murderer? Well, yeah, first case, but this time we know. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. On instant. Right then, so you want to hire me.
One of our own is being slandered.
Oh no! No! Is it? Oh my god.
One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him.
You want to hire me. And I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in a phone book?
I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific.
Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely one of them would be happy to help you.
True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied.
That's it? They're all just preoccupied.
Preoccupied means busy.
Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was.
Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Defense? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about?
Normally it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies.
No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them.
Such a gentleman. No. Makoto. Ikaria. Wait, such impudent. Occupation. Heir apparent. Unemployed student. Likes biographies, shogi, amber. Dislikes tardiness, tarnish, group assignments. Fae figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Favorite phase, Victus? Woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building, painting models. Okay, so you're a nerd! Okay. Okay. House Ikaria. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another jog. Meaning all of this, starting back at the bar. This has just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here.
An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the House of Elders say.
I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class.
Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class.
I take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. Did the guy you set up see you? No, he was blindfolded, I'm pretty sure. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines, also if he saw us, you know, like, he wouldn't recommend us. He'd be like, it's that person who committed the murders. Okay. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly, depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gains in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no longer worse than any other corporate family. Oh, and no worse than any other corporate family. That's what I...
Are you expecting me to ask you what you think?
What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests.
We're financiers.
You don't say.
Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves.
Korea Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream?
No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises.
Oh.
And yes, we did found the Renegan Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue.
Renegan? They're a drug company, one of the biggest. So you're saying you've no relation to Renegan presently?
The company went public years ago, and Aurea divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent to it.
Given. Family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of this word. If he's downplaying their pull with Renegan, then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Bakuto. And more than a little vague.
It's only polite.
It's unnecessary, talking to your lawyer.
You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defense, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second.
He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot hill as Renegan has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. Makoto. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you...
I am the only son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house.
I gather that those titles are all one and the same.
As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright.
So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you.
When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of.
And your age?
What a boorish question. I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men?
No, sir, no, sir. Sir, no, sir.
You definitely command their respect.
That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton.
That's so interesting. That's so interesting. How old do you think he actually is? He's still a student. Here's a random age guess. 17. The Dancing Queen. 14. 5. Yeah. That sounds about right.
This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for.
I don't think that's necessary.
I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And, unless submissive, they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu.
Back to back.
Yes, a second quotation was called in. Oh, yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. if only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Ikaria for very long. One way or another.
This manner. I admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out here.
The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them.
Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That's quite the equation.
It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment.
That's okay.
Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep.
It's your exterior and your decorations.
What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm.
That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. My new ship. Yeah. That is how you pronounce that word. The black suits. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultants are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery?
Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to.
That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation?
If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are.
Circumstances? Wait. Oh. Wait, I'm so. I was like, what? Nut allergy? Where did that come from? Did he misunderstand the term peanut gallery? Oh yeah, okay. Circumstances.
And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house.
He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto.
Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says
Buddha.
Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness.
Got it, yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide.
Multiple homicides.
Tell me more. Oh no. It is! No!
My head of security was arrested by the police last night, in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. Instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence.
Morgan, you okay?
Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned?
No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent. A man's innocent of a crime I framed him for? Cool a guy to frame. Oh, cool a client to defend.
Right then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards?
Oh no, sorry, that was me. Might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically.
This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to the. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly.
Well, he was tortured. I can attest to that much. I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken or by whom?
It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable. Knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability.
Sell a solution. Infinite money glitch. No. Wow. I mean, you know. Morgan, if you're one for taking risks. Okay. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing
Is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous.
Of course they are.
To think they want to pin 5 murders on him.
Oh my god. Wait, there's more than. Wait. Hold on, there's another person. Someone that. 5? What was the thing? Don't worry, I'm confident I can. Okay. Did you say 5?
Yes, 5. It's absurd.
I can only take credit for 4 bodies.
Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers.
Oh, okay, so. Yes, we only did 4. So, so when the paper said that police was killed in the lower ward, a dead cop. Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC or.
No, they've made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison.
A cool guy to frame for the previous. I should have never dared to think how I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence?
Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria.
The Hound!
I've known him all my life.
All 3 or 4 years of it.
There is no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy, and not once have I ever known him to be
Violent?
impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. Proving that is your job.
About that. I haven't actually accepted a job yet, Makoto.
But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more.
Not everything's a question of money.
Yes. Your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath.
I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 Blue Bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case.
Say that as if it were ever in doubt.
A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. The line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. It didn't take several hours to read the cries. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks.
You should have enunciated.
4:41 p.m., August 14th, 2086, in transit. Hey there, boss. So, funny thing. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was going to happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you, if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true?
What? Is this some kind of honeypot?
Trying to get a grasp on something.
Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'd still basket that shit, though, even though I don't get a fuck.
Why do you have to make everything so hard?
Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though?
I'm working a case for the Ikaria, whom I assume you've heard of.
Definitely.
Under circumstances that are probably vulgar,
Absolutely.
which you'd be happy to brag about to me.
Anytime.
But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether there'll be resistance. About parting ways afterwards.
Why? You not like getting paid with lots of money?
I don't like being chained.
Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? Moral loss is incredible.
Not gonna attempt to parse that.
I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable.
Which says Skibidi, I'm gonna quit the game. It was very basic. It was a very basic non sequitur. Hunty. It just wasn't funny.
Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge?
That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts.
Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers, it's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on, obviously not any more important.
I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people.
Not pinned as in stuck with, like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off.
Right? Guess I know the rumors are true then.
Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen, actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy.
Everyone wants what they can't have.
Okay, chill, F such Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker.
What?
All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and famous, and the rich and infamous. You bet your ass I was in those rooms, negotiating appearance fees, and taking my 30%.
30%. You really are shameless.
That's what she said.
Alright. Thanks as always for the sage console.
Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me,
They're the ones who are busy. "5:04 p.m., August 14th.
2086?
Ah yes, do 3. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. Oh wait, hold on, before I do this actually. Well, let me save. Also. Oh yes, Tory Masters, hello again. Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous, summary different. Likes waterfalls, manicures, manicadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Drink, cosmopolitan, double. Lux, favors, friends in high places. Luck, SSR on the first pull. No. Get out of here. Okay, give me a second. Actually, I do need to. Do need to, go pee real quick. No, Morgan, don't. Oops. Okay. Renegade. Renegade Pharmaceuticals LLC. Renegade is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution, a company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives, and we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. The grand return. Okay, corporate goals. Put our medicine in every cabinet of every home. Improve patients' lives and their communities. Minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics. Deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metinformulin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subjugated to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. Sure. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. Korea. Oh. Private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Okay. All right. So we're here with the client. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. Yeah, they made the Wikipedia entry and ad. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Well, I mean, you know, bruises only happen after some time. Or show up. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Why'd they give him a shirt? Yeah, sorry, I didn't recognize you with your shirt on. Can you take it off? Oh, I heard. Fuck, I don't know what to do. Here. Oh, Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow. Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. That they'd broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you, but the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal.
Cool.
Sasuke, I'm going to repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I, misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too, if I had lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke, House of Ikaria.
Sarah, paralegal, and bartender.
Special interest of the week, crime.
You're very young to have 2 jobs. Or 10 bar.
Well, it is only part-time.
Right.
So tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit.
My what?
Maybe you should take your shirt off. It would help me identify you more easily.
Are you talking? But do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD,
I'm in private practice.
You mean you're not?
A mob lawyer? No, but please, don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere.
Those are some serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these.
It's very sweet of you to...
They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into...
Makoto thought differently.
The young master! You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unarmed?
He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. I mean, I probably put too much emotion into that one.
Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. I do hope you understand what you're getting into.
I'm already on it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help me with.
Very well. What do you want to know?
I'll make a save anyway. Sosuke. So far, all I know about you is your first and last name.
It's a very important last name. I take your meaning, and in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it.
Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions?
I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, 4th son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family.
Sounds like a great deal.
Lifelong. How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant?
There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children.
Don't be absurd. I am what you call... I'm a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life.
From the time you are able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards.
All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time.
You mean, like...
You mean like in family photographs?
Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that.
Oh, what the fuck? Like a meat shield?
The house has given me everything I've ever had, and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them.
You view your relationship with your family as a transaction.
It's not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty.
Right. So, if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikuria. I'm an eternal servant for a living."
I would say my name is Sosuke Ikuria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikuria Financial Group.
And what does that entail exactly?
I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams.
Nice to properly meet you.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time.
Yes, I believe you already mentioned that.
It seemed like we were all doing it twice.
Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah.
No. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor.
What do you mean?
A goon
Gaga, sir.
It seems this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic.
Glad we've all broken the ice. Oh wait, hold on. Hello. Okay. August 23rd, 192 centimeters. Oh. Head of personal security, you group likes whetstones, paperbacks, matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and sex. Favorite author, Alexander Dumas. Cafe Americano. Default status. Non-work related messages will be blocked. Cool. Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened?
It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108.
2 p.m. He wasn't in school?
I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But you've no idea the pressures that have been sorry. You have no idea the pressures that have been placed on him.
Whatever my client wants.
As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along with our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard.
It was a trap.
A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost a coin flip when he decided to exit.
Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Bombs were jammed. I reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable.
You left the kid?
I picked him up over my shoulder.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun.
House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and I...
Kids are tougher than you think. I think you'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things...
Yes, I'm sorry. I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarped doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire, slow to take effect. Memorable choice. The taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit, usually favored by street slinger punks, who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Then lines up his shot properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought. All they had was a laser pointer. Literally, cheap trick. But it worked. I heard a click from 8 o'clock, from my neck. I feel a weight punch into my deltoid. dullish kind of pain for an instant. Realize I'm already going numb. That's when I squeeze.
Squeeze?
He's talking about his mods. What?
That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex, or pull, or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 External Thoracic Booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Makes 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. And it makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds, once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself, taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip, and then cold concrete scratching my cheek.
Alright, Sosuke. So you were guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, and failed. Then they take you instead?
Yes, to my great shame.
You were outnumbered in ambush, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of?
But I didn't see it coming.
You're saying this has happened before?
Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, some stopped with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities, but I still failed.
Sosuke, that is
Not incorrect.
Adonai.
Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least 1 shot off before being taken down?
Shot? What do you mean shot?
You were not carrying a firearm?
No. No one on the team had guns.
How's that?
None of us on the security team had firearms with us.
But you're a gangster.
I'm a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking on to an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent.
And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack?
I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun.
Oh?
I had my sword.
Oh, that was his? So lame.
So cool.
You walk around town with a samurai sword?
You just assume that it's a katana?
Is it?
Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house, and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it.
Nice guess, Morgan.
Is it ceremonial then?
No, it is quite sharp.
I can attest to that.
Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how this city's police manhandle everything else they touch.
Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why?
I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless?
Sarah, you can't say that.
Aren't you essentially worthless?
As a hostage, she means.
I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me.
What do you remember?
Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all.
Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers.
I was bound, my wrists bound above my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area.
Good guess.
They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks. The taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Adonai, do you need corrective Adonai, do you need corrective lenses?
Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah.
Lost?
Lost opportunity.
Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with a jury if it wasn't pulverized.
Ridiculous.
Is he blushing?
I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong feat.
Hello? Oh wait, sorry, my mouse is off.
Let's move on.
Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping?
I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me, heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard, we're all talking to someone else.
A new voice. Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft?
It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Working. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night.
Did you make out any part of their conversation?
No, not a word. But there was a loud noise, gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds.
And then?
A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand, in my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings, rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. I cut them loose, and then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight I'd cut it rather than try it. The damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought my head was gonna split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me, something tucked into my waistband.
A gun.
Gun? Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and to red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance. Some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. Oh wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language.
I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured. But then you woke up armed and were able to escape?
The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It'd been nearly a full day, and just now saying it out loud for the first time truly sounds absurd.
This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened?
Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They gave me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can mist me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow, I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all.
That would be quite the feat, given the given the conditions you say you are in.
Yes, a tale for the ages.
But it's not impossible. But it's not possible, sorry. It is not possible.
Why isn't it possible?
Even if he had the motive, and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking... Oh, bullets. In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets.
No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots.
So if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would it clear Sosuke's name for 2 of the murders?
There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it.
She's right. The gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it.
How about that second possibility then?
Second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, then tried to frame me for it.
That...
Sounds like lunacy?
We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan's theory is our best shot. What is it?
I'm just...
What? Who would do that? You're crazy, sister.
I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it.
I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell.
A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not that it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty.
You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty?
Because I've killed before.
Yellow spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger raises slightly, my lips part. Was I expecting this? Stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? A rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... Oh. You mean...
Yes. I was in the military.
Okay.
I've taken lives many times.
That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders.
I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change the fact.
But soldiers...
Are you a soldier, Sarah?
No?
So drop it.
She's good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill.
I imagine it comes easy for androids.
Yeah, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android?
Did you miss the glowing barcode?
And ignore my self-introduction?
Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something.
Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually...
Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke?
I've taken lives before, so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin.
And how do you feel right now?
Right now, I feel... thick.
What is it? You remembering something?
Yes. After I stepped out of that door, I said I saw red. I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of ripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The 5th man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die?
How did he die? I actually don't know. Oh. Well, there's our answer.
Stabbed through the back with a sword. Skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital?
don't think that's quite how I phrased the request.
I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said?
Not right now, Sparky. Maria's, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking,
Oh, save the lecture, gray hair.
Ray, on, my hair isn't... It's graying, maybe.
In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed.
I never took you for a mob lawyer.
Whatever my client's associations might be.
He's a cop killer.
Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important.
Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all.
Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull?
Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled trying to escape.
And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So, let's just say it. Your coworker kicked the shit out of him.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that.
A police badge is in a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already...
She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable.
Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor.
Gotta be shitting me. That's a blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building.
But we could have a doctor brought here.
And give him the chance to take a hostage?
It's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs.
Don't say 99, man. You don't know what it means. You're too old.
How about a medic who can't be taken hostage?
A medical ad?
Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, I didn't say no, did I?
Great. He also needs a protective detail.
Lady, I swear to...
Counselor. Protective details are compromised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for.
No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking forward. Oh my god, I can't read. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either.
We could keep him here.
What, in the interrogation room?
Counseling quarter.
Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor is not actually that hard.
How do you even know that?
Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind.
So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch... Now we're keeping watch?
It is the homicide department's counseling quarter.
You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and...
You wouldn't.
What?
It's not in your nature.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
You either have it or you don't.
Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch...
Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. Unlike every other cop I've walked past to get in here. You've yet to call Sosuke an animal.
So what? The hell does that matter?
It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, as long as they're not a person.
Whatever. Think what you want, creep.
Well, so long as that's your only request, you should be able to.
I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible.
Got to be. What, like tonight?
She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this, now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer.
Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't.
She said it again.
Whatever. Pick, then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both.
I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can.
I can't?
Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke.
I'm not trained in.
Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad.
Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before.
Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even get 20 crooked cops working together. Then you can plop her in front of the door, and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge.
That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core. If I focused and lower my center of gravity. Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner.
It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down here.
Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's the Blue Blood territory.
Blue Blood territory outskirts, really.
They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup.
Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband?
Skinny guy? Kind of a perv.
Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. He'll have eyes on us before we can get 5 minutes of the place.
Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob? It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of
Go on.
I'll be right behind you, detective.
Sorry about that. He's still new to all this, really. Not old like me.
She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual.
It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard.
Maybe even personally? Did they know each other?
Oh, right. You gather up your things. I'll go bring us up a ride.
Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one occasion where I wouldn't have any trouble finding the place.
Crooked? Crooked? I thought crooked was spelled differently. I don't know.
Oh, well. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here. All night. The clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions?
5:48 p.m. August 14th, 2086.
Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikuryu's good side. That'd be nice, but what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. And whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary.
Sorry. Guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab.
I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did Budget Cups take away your shiny patrol car?
Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive.
Convenient. Shame you can't personalize.
Yeah, no more dice in that mirror.
Is that why we were in a cab then? Personal taste?
Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy.
Auto cabs are full of bugs too.
True, but there are ways around them.
Are there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, plenty. Be easy as flashing a police badge.
Oh. Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective?
I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message.
A secret admirer?
Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is.
I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's professional affiliations?
There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client.
More of a reminder of what my job description is, rather than a... More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning.
And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary.
Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But, Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take.
That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be.
Oh, they will. How conspiratorial.
It's not a joke, Morgan.
Do they threaten your wife? Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply?
It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated. Sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire, a tragic newspaper clipping.
You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt?
Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Parasitism.
Commensalism.
There you go. I don't understand what either of those words mean. State pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison.
My parents. What about commensalism?
Status quo. Balancing act. A cycle. Stable as any gyroscope.
Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low.
It's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is...
So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Rias?
Jeez.
What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice?
He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name?
It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names.
You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work into underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Arik Chopin. Yeah, wait, it's Chopin, right? Only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. No, Chopin. I swear I know that. I know by composers. Okay. The power couple? We did see they were, I don't know, donating. No, they were in that article that was like what groups support what props. Yes, Chopin. The power couple. Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. Rias. Like sneakers, volcanoes, the Paralympics. Just like scalpers, hoarders. Anise? Favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo. Don't know, conditioner's more important. Undefeated at volleyball. London? Like duct tape, mascara, oak. Okay. Dislikes parking lots, ties, honeydew. The best at finding new restaurants. Accommodations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. Oh, hello. Okay. Tariq Chopin. Okay. Occupation patrol officer. Likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, late dinners. Dislikes gray hairs. Untucked shirts, mint. Education, Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Awarded senatorial commendation of bravery. Posthumous. Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, city councilman. Recurrent change between they do change. This like occupation, date of birth, height, weight stuff doesn't change, but the likes, dislikes, etc. do change. That the guy we saw walking out? Walking out? Walking out of what? Oh. Okay. Yeah. He wasn't in, like, we never crossed paths with him, I don't think. Evidence? Medical records. Oh, wow. Apprehended as seen a crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time. Blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if impacting at a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noticed, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior front right side of the head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. Okay, so this was what Morgan was pointing out, as in like, oh, did like the police beat him up after he got taken in? Okay, terms.
99 Man. A hypothetical transhumanist condition of biotechnical superiority. The 99 Man or 99 Man refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayid Safran quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Jeez. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 Man as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they could see as the current limit for transhumanism. Of course. Officially, the individual who has had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analogs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who is suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through How Industries' Thesis Initiative. How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Thesis has never produced any consumer market products and has never produced any consumer market products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leaving some to question whether the results are at all replicable. Okay. Anyway, Chopin. So, who is this Chopin really?
An idealist.
Wrong line of work then?
You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was. Anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician.
You're saying he was honest?
Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends.
Morgan canonically just stops talking mid-convo to Google stuff. It's like, okay, that's great. What the fuck does it mean?
Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything.
If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on?
No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community overreach.
Community overreach? What, like bake sales?
Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21.
Oof, must have really loved his job to put up with that.
Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad.
Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers?
We do, yeah. How'd you know that?
By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month.
Oh.
If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night?
I don't know.
You don't know?
By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead.
His partner? Who's that?
The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Ikaria. That's who.
I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket.
Yugi Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend.
What legend?
Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm. Knocked him out cold.
Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop.
Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Roger's record was his shooting score. 41.
Out of?
100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score.
So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner. At least Rogers knows his weakness.
Damn.
Kyugi.
Okay. The Hound.
I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Ikaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right?
Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before.
Must have been one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it.
He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, it must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry. That was rude.
Loki?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of that joke to be offended. Okay, cool. I'm not the only one in this boat.
Okay.
Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods,
I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody.
if you are working for the mob in general, then how do I know you're even talking to me the right... How do I know it? How do I know you're even taking me to the right place, and not to...
Whoa. I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn. No one else is, either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise.
Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors?
You disillusioned?
The state has a great deal of power, Detective London, and makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally, and I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map.
That's pretty cool logic.
I'd expect my state to be far colder.
Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on?
Politician, a CEO, and a mob boss.
Who am I betting on? CEO.
The CEO looks at a loaded gun and sees the bullets in the clip as inventory that needs moving. Plus, they're used to taking a job and setting up their golden parachute before anyone else, or before anything else. I doubt they walk into that room without first planning how they're getting out of it.
Fair enough. CEOs only get the job in the first place by convincing their board they can navigate high stakes. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss.
Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too.
You could. So the point the riddle is meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top.
Funny. So, in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own?
Yep. Though it was older men than I who set it up.
Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage?
We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. So all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together.
I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph.
Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk to so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here.
What happened the last time you visited?
Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I?
No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil?
Even I know that one. Preserve free will or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now, I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's formed protection.
And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century. We're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it?
She said the thing! Oh my god! It's the title of the game! You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you?
Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry.
Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. I do think it's funny how, like, Heartbreak Killer is assumed to be a man. Right? That's one of the things I didn't mention at the beginning. 6:01 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Lower wards. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods.
No. I knew I forgot to mention.
What? Well, then she's a lot. Oh no, is this. Wait. Oh, wait. No. What? Huh? Uh. Uh. What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do.
We gotta get to work, hon.
I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? What are you? London, who is this?
Counselor Morgan. This is Adeline Hahn. She's, she's a blue blood.
Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate courier woman. You're speaking to a Sinus Society site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. A real business card. It even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Sinus. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts. We provide bouncers, armed escorts. We catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff.
Paternity test?
Sorry, but have we met somewhere?
Uh,
No, it can't be. I never forget a beauty like you.
She's the hound's lawyer, Hahn.
Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So, we're mortal enemies. That sucks. Another life then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you will.
Right. So you're private security, and you're currently securing this crime scene.
Yeah, what's with the tone?
What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment.
London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties.
If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them.
What?
The police contract out of the security around crime scenes is private companies all the time. Oh, the contract out. Oh, the security around crime. Okay, yes, I know what I mean. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Sinus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace.
Small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak.
We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we still have a pristine copy.
London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires round the clock if we weren't here. Lower words, kids. Take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun.
Is that why you see shoes hanging off wires?
No, I don't know why that happens.
As the thing teens have always done for fun.
Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Ikaria?
Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's going to get in your way. You know how defense attorneys operate. You know how damn well you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that lets you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality.
You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back on the streets. To have him back out on the streets so we can take another shot at him.
Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt.
What does that mean?
You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Ikaria in the street? Shank him in a holding cell?
Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they?
Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards.
So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide.
Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, Kay?
I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So, this is the main entrance? Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked.
What's that?
How was this door found?
Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene, responding to gunfire.
Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast and didn't look at my Google search for like 2 hours.
Checked the area, then entered through the front door.
The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys.
Admiring our handiwork. This is a sinus installation.
Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock?
You never used a key before?
I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically?
That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I can set you up.
It is a good question, Hunt. Why don't you answer it?
Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside.
The physical key?
Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features.
Is that why the doors are ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this?
Yeah, for as long as the arcs has been up. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Rias arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m.
Hang on. You and Rias, what? Were you the second officers on scene?
That's right. We weren't far when the 10999 went out at 10:15.
Long way from precinct 254, isn't it?
We were in the area.
Why? Awkward. You want the tour then?
Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first.
You know, the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right?
Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes.
Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step, if you like those boots at all.
The door's not ajar. Okay. Oh wait. Let's see. Adelaide Hahn. Adelaide Hahn. There we go. April 16th, height, weight, blood type. Occupation, site manager, sinus security. Likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Dislikes cleaning types, jealous types, needles. Plays pickup games. Avoids laundry day. Least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Okay. Han's car, her number, for some reason. Girl, oh my god. Adeline Han's business card listing her as a site manager at Sinus Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization. Okay. Front door. Oh, this is Morgan Thoughts. Okay. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. 3-digit, 4-digit. And here's it down minimally. True, I guess. Though I don't think they're trying to reference any specific country. Because then it would be too complicated. Sinus Security. Sinus Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services, including but not limited to bodyguard convoy sponsors, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below, and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard its messages as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for disruption to your site experience. Ready to get started? And blah, 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 blah. Okay. Arcs. Okay. N999. An emergency response code most often used to relay officer down. Oh. Okay. 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue set of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments make it a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Okay. Anyway. Alleyway. This fire escape will lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it.
It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. I swear, if you make another step ladder joke. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, hon.
Building inspection is not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building?
Firefighters.
You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down.
An ad could probably make the jump up there.
As are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them.
Yeah, modders are heavy too.
Hey.
Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. That means the officer wasn't caught off guard, right? Huh? Like the fact that the emergency thing was sent out, or what do you mean? Oh. I mean, could be. We don't know if they have that automatic thing or not. We don't know if they have that automatic signal turned off or not, is what I mean. It was much darker last night than it is now, and they only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved. Huh. Yes. Was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was a DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model. Tough to lift, even if its wheels aren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste. How it ended up here in a residential district is.
Isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there from leaks? Oh, you really are a tourist, aren't you?
I've been in the lower wards before.
But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground wherever it falls.
Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with charms of the city to make.
Dirty rain. Like I said, lower wards spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh.
So, is the dumpster empty? Let's see.
Hey, grab a glove if you're going to...
Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge.
Careful. If you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded.
Are you saying you couldn't budge it either?
I could if a girl was cheering me on.
Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really.
Now, just watch it so you don't...
Let the lid slam. Sorry. Lobo cake. Oh wait, what the hell was Lobo again? I remember reading that somewhere, but I forgot. One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. Don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at Nortechnica University were set ablaze. In the early hours of the morning, students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward toward the Many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university students' registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. They're like, quick, your student debt data and papers, it all burned down. You need to give us an update. And just like, about that. Oh no, suddenly I also cannot find any records. That's crazy. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticisms of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist. And other notable, hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database, start parenthesis. If you fill out a simple form for us, we can get you the rest of this article along with another cool officer. Compliment ID 09. Oh no, my dog ate my debt paperwork. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months, but I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're not calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts, if they've now got schools involved. Hang on. No, feds. Yeah. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything Oh wait, hold on. Evidence, fire escape. Custody improvements, amazing lighter. Oh no, one can move the picture. Okay, right. Dumpster. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound. Hopper. Oh, right. Clanker, chrome dome, yes. That's right. I was standing here last night when... that child. It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an unlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out, dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up on something? Trust me, you've got better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Probably wasn't him, but worth checking. I don't think it was him, but I don't, like, the big question is, Makoto, who is the heir to Ikaria House, surrounded by guards at all times, would suddenly be in the lower wards here alone? Seems a little strange if that were the case. Right, forget I asked. You ready to go inside? I think so long as
No, I'm not with anyone else. It's just me here.
Long lost twin.
'Cause she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that.
I'm sure she'll catch up. So, you were saying this used to be an apartment building?
Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults. This is to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat.
You've gone through all of these vaults, I take it?
Sinus helped us with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place.
Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you?
Sorry, no.
So, is this the Blue Bloods' forte then? Securing people, places, and things?
You could think of it that way.
Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs.
Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way House Ikaria does, you can make a killing. They've got the market cornered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse.
Professional jealousy, how ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do?
They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that the Ikaria wanted to distribute.
The Ikaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Ikaria couldn't manufacture?
Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Ikaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that.
And so the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche.
They might not like having to take the low end, but they're filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here.
Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but all that stuff is legal, so as long as their license... All that stuff is legal, so long as their license, isn't it?
Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would still say no. So household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old.
You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you?
Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man.
Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Ikaria, they don't, how old is London again? We don't know. They don't, compete in that market?
No. People at the Ikaria's heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites.
That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power.
Oh.
Okay. I probably should have seen this first during that conversation. Worker is a shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operating in high-end establishments, generally in specifically zoned municipal district with high median property prices, and catering to only specific clientele may be more commonly referred to as courtesans. Okay. Yeah, right? Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals often missing persons or unhoused who are not being tracked in any government database. Yes. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants. Following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minutemen Bill, undocumented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are attracted through immigration monitoring services or as part of their military service agreement until they either leave the country or are fully naturalized at the end of their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poor areas as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks, these unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within unlisted populations has, at times, spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them, but by their very nature as unlisted, actually on their quality of life and cultural practices and visually non-existent, making most politicians hesitant to come into research. Okay. Oh yes, and the CDC. Okay. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. This culprit really is of the devil. Heartbreaking. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with the tall, dark, and mysterious? How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? That's your client, who is found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Oh. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out. Correct. So why is it this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, it seems like at the time their body cam was off? Seriously? Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once he's done throwing him a parade. I'll put in a request. Right, then who's next? Oh boy. Blood loss from the neck. Even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the
carotid. I couldn't say this word before and now I can't even. Carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience.
My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now, I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in the fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The Hound must be itching to brag about it.
I defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much.
What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, and not so many words.
Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much more better fit for... My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the ARCs.
You looking for something, Tiger?
If they haven't found the knife, and I ask about it anyway, that means admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, I just... Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested?
Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask?
No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say.
Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there.
Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared, not from a crime scene locked down like this. I need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap?
I advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor.
Yeah, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed?
Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill.
Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit.
Well, calm down, I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances.
Oh shit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods without recording functionality. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere.
Oh.
You gonna claim the Hound of Ikaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve.
I'm pretty scummy myself, hon. Defense attorney, remember?
Who the hell deserves shit like this?
Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed. Right, yeah, right.
Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts.
There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints.
You think we could get anything but partials off of it? You think we can get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters.
Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then.
Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull? To break the bat itself?
I can't imagine. There's some faint blood that has been smeared here. Did it belong to this victim?
Sosuke. Wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some... I wonder if the bodies... If maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in this blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back.
Think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise?
Did he say otherwise?
I'll let you keep guessing on that one. pull. Through this door is where they were keeping Sosuke, and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here.
Oh, okay.
Who the hell?
I don't know, like the blinding white scared me a bit.
Who the hell are you really? What are you? Why are you lying there dead? Right in the middle of my crime scene.
That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess. A patrol officer and the son of 2 loving fathers, who've strongly emphasized to the chief of police that they desire to see justice done.
Rios wasn't exaggerating about how he died.
Run through from behind with a sword.
So he would have been standing in front of the desk, then he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword
Got stuck in the ground.
bad luck for the attacker, I suppose.
Yeah, Dr. Sato's noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled.
Pardon?
Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they
Jiggle it around?
Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your blind, distracted, and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in.
Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I passed the baton to him was gripping his sword. You're not giving me much work with.
Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way.
Here I was getting my hopes up.
And it definitely wasn't suicide, as no one else's prints are on the damn thing.
I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back. Thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground. Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on. Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word.
Really? You should get that looked at.
My vision's 20/20. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager?
Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over.
How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them?
You've really never seen red ink before?
Never heard of it.
It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special tags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. To try and take a photo of it, and it comes out a bright blur. Paper's special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible.
A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out.
What did they say in the movies? I cannot confirm nor deny that.
And if I subpoenaed the data?
Do your worst. We've got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages. It's written all over his busted up face.
Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right?
I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at.
Flashbang. Quite unusual choice of a paperweight. Okay. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor.
This one. A real long rap sheet. With a short ending. Buckshot to the torso. Died instantly. Looks we're on his mods, but his time of death at 9:44 p.m.
Killed by his own weapon. I would just say, okay.
comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. How would someone manage to get it off of his hands?
It wasn't any great feat, I assure you.
Tex identified it as a double-barreled Mag-Us, and hey, how'd you know the gun was his?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Morgan.
He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken?
No, about a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him.
They found this gun on him and they just handed it back to him?
He bought and paid for it above board.
So this gun isn't jailbroken. You have tag data from the murders.
No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken.
What happened between last week and last night that he get the tag stripped off?
Something that made him think this piece would see action soon.
Yeah, right? It's like, oh there, Morgan. Snide comments are fun, but like, girl, watch yourself. I'm scared for you.
This screen, I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup?
Powerful setup. Was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Says it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she says.
I wouldn't count on Orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Read. Examine. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but...
I paid for the whole speaker. I'm gonna use the whole speaker. I mean, if you wear it out and break it, you know, before your warranty is up, can't you just get a replacement?
I assume you've been through this datapad here?
Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else.
How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets.
Hence the paperwork you see scattered about.
He really did everything by hand.
PPP is what they call it over in organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the Orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy, should push come to shove.
Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here?
Not surprised you don't recognize it. That's a dark card.
Wow, tell me more.
Wow, tell me more.
It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand.
I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner. Can't trace any of his transactions?
Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out.
What does that mean?
The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet, or they forgot their password.
Happens to the best of us. By the way, why has this cloth been flagged?
Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it.
Who flagged it?
Lady Rockford herself.
Awesome.
Could be that she fat thumbed it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. So we know London has a comically huge wallet.
I don't remember what that cloth was. Wait, was there a cloth ever mentioned in that scene? I don't think so.
Paper scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this?
What'd you find there? A note? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen.
M. Ikaria.
Looks like it's M. Ikar actually.
He's dead, London. I was going to let the spelling mistake slide.
Right, sorry. But it's gotta be Makoto, right?
You know Makoto?
I know he's the Ikaria heir apparent. From what I hear, he's approximately frightening. From what I hear, he's an approximate. Oh my god, I can't read! From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion.
He's really quite something.
But why would his name be on Creek's desk?
He was Creek's real target the other day. Stop. Stop. Leave me alone. It's hard. He was Creek's real target the other day. Sasuke was some kind of consolation prize.
Bagging the Hound was a consolation prize. These punks had their sights set high.
Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Window? Windows. Open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to.
This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk.
Near where my client was found.
Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest. Blew blood back onto the window behind him.
The open windows.
Hell of a spread.
Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or
No, they were open when we secured the scene.
any fingerprints?
Plenty on the handles, from Creek and his pod.
That's where the handles are?
Something wrong?
Definitely, but how the hell can I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs.
Oh, well, one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though.
Suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person.
Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out.
So, who was this guy?
Curious?
Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him.
Criminal record dating as far back as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18.
What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record then?
The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Matter I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age.
You trying to compliment him?
I wasn't trying to insult him, Han.
Anything you'd like to add?
Nah, nothing. I just want to say in front of you two. Oh no, nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. I can't read.
If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step...
Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all.
Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone would want to hurt this Creek fellow?
That's not funny. That dog you're defending.
It's a fair question, Han. Give it fair consideration.
Besides the Ikaria, the Rust, or our city's finest. No, Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Ikaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan.
What about family?
This is getting old fast.
Younger brother's listed as his next of kin.
Leave his brother out of this. Now leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits.
Well, seems he's out of town anyway, taking summer lessons at Mariner U. That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother had no listed occupation. Also no priors, no juvenile record. TA Tad, his age, or kid? Tad? Oh. Those that cost an arm and a leg. Greek must have been sending him. Detective, did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something?
Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep.
Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Oh yeah, how? But I was wondering about the condition that his brother had. I didn't know what it was.
Okay, looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here.
It's a lot of blood, that's for sure.
I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss.
What is he doing? I'd be right at home here if you all weren't poking your noses around.
Shoot, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check with my partner after saying I would. If I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out and make a call?
A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text.
Thanks for your understanding.
Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint.
I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway.
I'd stick to arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person.
You've been such a gracious hope up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now?
It's ugly in there.
Uglier than this?
Different kind of ugly then.
It's all in the eyes of the beholder.
I warned you.
Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client?
I don't know why they did.
Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han.
They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So, no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass.
And the pliers, hammers, and syringes? What purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scrapper to find them. Wow, is she defensive? A little biased, aren't you? Oh my god, Jet. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized.
I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone.
But those needles there.
The design of these needles seems a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so they're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away.
Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Does Sinus Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing?
You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of operation.
An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing.
More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage...
Sinus is that legitimate? Why aren't all the Blue Bloods working legal jobs then?
Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence.
Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money.
They liked Creek's pod where it was.
Who's they?
Upper management.
Oh, Creek's... What was Creek again? The mask was a death sentence crafted especially from one very special customer. I'm just one who given the honor of hanging on to it until... Okay. And did upper management like Creek?
I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know.
Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics?
No. There's also stimulants and barbitocin.
Like the truth serum?
You could get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. It doesn't make what you say the truth.
So they wanted Sosuke talking. But what did they ask him?
If your client can't remember it, or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know.
Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han?
Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to?
That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here the last time I visited. Ah! Sosuke did really lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he even noticed? Yeah. Not something I'd yippee at. It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later, faster. I just got to that. Best to stay disciplined. Trash cans. Or, never mind. Water. It's water, cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths?
Just a simple way of keeping a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid.
This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured. You know what the other buckets for then?
I know you said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here?
But then this last bucket here is...
What is that? Trash?
Cloth and rope bindings.
Oh, bandages. See, they were nursing him back to health.
I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with.
They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't even lock.
Not after I removed the back bearing it from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, busts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors, and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened.
That's what it looks like.
And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal?
Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crashed in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. No, probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some parole officer would go around checking pulses?
Why would my client go through all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not just ask him for medical treatment?
Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed?
Ugh, I know that Sosuke has no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Ugh, I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything?
Nah.
Oh,
Would you have felt better if you had?
I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself then? Are you sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it?
Of course.
Well, at least let me walk you out.
Sure, why not? Safe travels.
So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sinus Security. Thanks for picking up on that. Rias will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep, same fire escape right there. Same type of window too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sinus being sloppy. So, what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall. There are always factions. And among blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Rias, and confirmed some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not those hints, trust me. So, what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods. Opposite end of the compass from the Old Guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, and my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. I could easily see him being very unpopular with all the Brom people in the Old Guard. That's interesting info, detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. The client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why blue bloods and Ikarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other.
Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while all the muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them.
Right, there was that article that said they... What it was it? Like, they tried to get along for a bit, right?
And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead.
Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah.
You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all.
If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around?
For one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end as nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope.
You serious?
I am. It's a powerful weapon.
Hope for what?
Hope that the Ikaria had missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord, with overflowing riches and overwhelming power.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark.
Fairy tales and warnings.
What's up?
For some reason, it didn't occur to me that Blue Bloods were also like a mafia family group. Red Riding Hood? Red Murder Hood. Broken Bat. A cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning finger analysis has proven inconclusive, returning only partials. It was bearing Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. Greek's datapad. Simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Oh. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for dark card stock kind of. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dark card would work. Creek's note. A note scrawled onto a small piece of paper reading M. Ikaria. Oh, M. Ikaria. I don't know. Handwriting is by and large a match for other documents penned by and initialed by Creek. Okay. But bindings. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. Dark card. Physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a blah blah blah. Without the fingerprint of the owner in their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics shows that all fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in the card reader of the datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. Magus. Magus. Short-barreled maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime. Registered to Tan, aka Tanks. Found on Sosuke Ikure's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikurie gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I left it in Sosuke's waistband. Okay. Needles. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. Though other needles were found containing stimulus and drug commonly marked as truth serums. Right, okay. The needles that were shot at him, right? Red ink documents. And at the time, mostly blotted out by blood, apparently contain confidential information. Snippets include page 021. Oh, right. Pillars require for expansion of eminent domain with proper payments to support the re-election councilman. Lawn to push for colloquy referred to as the lower B vote upcoming. Stress the importance OPSEC of the highest level. Okay. Okay, sword, katana. Blade of weapon, fingerprints match right hand, no letter prints, no blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. It wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip when I dragged it across the floor. Oh, I see. That's why, okay, that's why Miller's, like, autopsy says that he was killed with the katana and not the knife that she had. Crazy. OPSEC, Optus Security. Loki forgot. Sound system. According to ARCS, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene checks away. It really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. Windows. Windows at the scene of the crime positioned behind Creek's desk opens to the alley and the fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a Magus shell split inside Rose Creek. Fingerprints on the... Okay, right. I guess we'll never know what OPSEC is. Barbitocin. Oh, this is the quote-unquote truth serum. Well, users also frequently search for how to tell if someone is cheating, where to buy lie detectors, see who has me muted on social media. Operation Security? That's what I thought too. Operation Security, maybe? And compared against the sampling of liquors ranging. Okay, yeah. Red ink tech. Information security protocols designed to hamper attempts. Red ink is an information systems security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in mid-21st century amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third net code leak, Red Ink practices emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, Red Ink systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Red Ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier sheen gloss, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture conditions, cipher-encrypted text based on extinct ingenious languages, and sleeper marks, printer machine codes left on the corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye but are unique to individual purchase. Sure. Yes. Security, writing, printing technology. Alright, anyway. Let me just save again for kicks. Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Also, by the way, us asking this, isn't this like... Cannot be photo. Those sound useful for private. Yeah, right? Doesn't us asking about, like, you know, this stuff feel a little suspicious? I don't know. Hopefully Morgan can just talk her way out of it. Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter. Or huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. I am the legend. Red Hood. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and HBK, increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. Was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event? Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. What's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the Mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu. You've been here before. No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. Oh my god. Oh shit, I didn't read that. What was this? Something Morgan's apartment. What time is it? 8:32 p.m. August 14th. Ikaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, whirl along any given strand. They're running in the 90s. They're almost hitting the 90s again. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ikaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. And, oh, the Blue Buds want to tear Sosuke's throat out. But if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek? Or is she with the old guard? I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out, Cassim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. Name drop when the cloth was being discussed. Did we talk about the cloth other than just mentioning its existence? And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. I still need more information. Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, I guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light, a blade of split ink. But twice as sharp, and not nearly as familiar. Is it outside of normal consultation hours? Miss... She purses her lips, like lily petals shining away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mirai. Mirai? Any last name, Mirai? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. What the heck? I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, unspoken family name, loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue, testing the temperature of the air. Oh, Rockford noted the cloth, but we didn't really talk about it again afterwards. We just know that Emma noted it. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you. What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow, but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Whoa. Okay. What the hell is around you? What is this? What? How do you have pixels around you?
How can I be of service, Mirai? Cyber smoke? Real smoke plus cyber smoke. um, uh,
You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours.
I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria doesn't come into its fortune by being generous.
Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune?
I know you operated Lending Corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio.
Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become.
She's boiling some water inside a backpack.
And
I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public.
And before that,
I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries.
yes. And before that,
I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago.
very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast.
What I don't know is why Makoto Ikuria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year.
You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family heir.
That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depths of.
As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods, and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust a knife much deeper than that,
You went after their heirs.
and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication?
Using DNA as a password.
Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long.
But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it?
The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then.
A bad bet.
They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So, as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. I can't reach. Oh my god. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Ikaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world.
That's why London mentioned that hope of the Blue Bloods having like an heir that survived or something to coming back. Because, you know, as long as that they can, you know, enter the genetic password, then they can get that fortune back, right?
Collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto?
The amount of dividends deposit must be insane.
No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive.
You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikuria, to the Ikuria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information.
Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop?
A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds. The family's black market proceeds, and its white market holdings must never. Oh my god, I said it right the right first. Oh my god. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix.
You divided your house right down the middle. Pardon the expression, but how can you stand?
Top the backs of many.
And you all take this division that seriously?
Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you save the house or you serve its interests, never both.
So, you're assigned to either the criminal organization, that's registered at the IFG, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings, like Rennigan. But that means you
Are nearly as much as an outsider to the Ikuria Financial Group as you are.
nearly is doing a lot of work there. So, who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikuria's legitimate empire?
Until Makoto marries his mother.
And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age?
Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father, Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather. Oh, that's the guy. Our patriarch, Daisuke Ikuria.
I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke.
How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking their hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so if the right match were made.
They want to marry into House Ikuria? But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than...
They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune.
So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen.
How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts?
Is that the source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikuria shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose all that might total up enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah.
I hadn't heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured.
Oh, uh-oh. You know him, I take it?
As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged.
So the bean counters don't care for their extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome?
A win is always preferable.
But not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks,
Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter.
so one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table, and the other half. Oh, so one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers.
Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not?
Yeah, we can read between the lines.
So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikuria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole.
And not what's best for Sosuke.
I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further.
Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell that he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikuria. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and times tables, as I'm sure it was.
I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan.
Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Damn. So how the fuck did he know about this thing?
Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it.
Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop.
The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant.
End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me. Lingering in the doorway, like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail.
But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night...
Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin?
Sitting in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adopted... City in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' death sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit, you have a lovely apartment, Counselor.
Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks.
Quite spacious for a defense attorney.
Yeah. Place went in sale after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself.
Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, then.
There's always a cost.
Oh, that's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor.
The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my chair staring holes into my ceiling, long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Go away. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention's elsewhere. She came back. It's like, actually, I forgot I left my shoes. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I've found my rhythm. The blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Oh boy. Hey, cool kid. What the? Yes, you. Trying to look all stoic staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So, that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services. Or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join, probably. Oh, getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. What? 11:42 a.m., August 15th, 2086. State building, floor 48. What time is it? Oh, it's 1:30. Do we keep... Do we keep going? And I feel like if I stop here, my next stream isn't gonna finish at all. Okay, until the trial starts, yeah. What was it? Morgan, please. This is... Hold still and relax. This'll be over soon.
I thought you were joking about the makeup.
Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom.
And you think covering me in concealer and blush and apply eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly?
You know the names of all this stuff?
Modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel?
Yes?
It's cakey.
Do you want to do the rest?
I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will...
Excuse me?
You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts.
Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I'm Sosuke's demographic, as is Sarah, evidently. So real. My comment earlier about him with his hands tied above his head still stands. Whatever comment, I didn't comment. I just implied.
I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan.
My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up?
I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful.
You're worried about honor, really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype.
Don't call other people stereotypes.
He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning noble.
I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money?
I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective. And yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming?
I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms.
Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure.
If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death.
Point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is.
Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a million megawatt north. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a million megawatt north star pointing towards complacency at all times.
And the media is like the wind. And without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide.
It was a nice try, Sarah. Oh, forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman.
And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking.
But if I'm talking, how will you...
Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk.
Gladly, Adonai.
Tattoos.
Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos?
The jury gonna ask about that or something?
They might.
Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Koma Inu on my back.
Komani Inu, a guardian dog.
You have a tattoo of a dog?
It's a fierce guardian deity.
Like a Labrador or...
Like a great, fierce... a big dog.
Perhaps you should have changed it to some other design, like, say, like a dragon.
There's no switching.
The buyer's remorse must be unbearable.
There's no buyer's remorse.
Wake up. Lift your chin.
Really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes?
You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous. Yes, a perfect score. So, any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we'll take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it.
But the advantage you're talking about is my face.
Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke?
Look, it may be true that, at times, some women have expressed...
And men, no doubt.
Thanks, Sarah. All I'm saying is that that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this.
Pretend it's war paint.
Is that how you see it?
No, but I'm a grown-up. It is weird that you know. I doubt myself. Sarah has an agenda. Yes. And I agree with it, and I follow. Continue, Sarah.
Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke.
Did she ask you about your dimensions?
The subject may have come up.
She's a talkative one, isn't she? Also, kind of too curious.
Sorry if she kept you up all night.
Oh, she's no trouble. Just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history.
Oh, well then, she must have put you right to sleep.
Adonai. It was his choice of subject.
So you read history, Sosuke? Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of your room with your arms crossed.
We talked about the Roman Empire for your information.
Not the fucking Roman Empire.
Criminal empires.
Nothing too detailed, I hope.
But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently?
Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world.
Old ways?
Well,
He's talking about race, Sarah.
Race. I don't understand.
Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine.
That is untrue and unflattering. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison.
Maybe you do get it.
Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, wait. They all came from different cultures. They all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path. And the path that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending system, militias, secret societies.
Oh, sure. They were basically just big friendly charities.
Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually, that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive.
Why?
Not enough shared experiences.
Shared experiences. I see.
Fancy way of saying the internet came along.
Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you.
So the immigrant experience disappeared.
Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. Well, generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense, except economically.
Wealth inequality is at historical highs.
As it has been every year
Since before I was born.
To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another, their socio and economic status.
Oh.
House Ikaria is up at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. Stratas.
I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they the poverty class then?
The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work. I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility.
Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist.
The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can.
Things like that happen in this city?
Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself.
Finally run out of steam?
On to the grim business, then. How'll things go with your investigation? That bad, was it?
Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's death. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body.
What's it look like? What's it going to look like in there?
You've never been inside a courtroom?
Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect.
In the gallery? A sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics.
Yes, but I can't fool them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours.
You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaruya around.
This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state.
How understanding of you.
Adonai, I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up.
Good catch.
You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake.
What's so bad about an elevator ride?
Is he claustrophobic?
No. That is... yes, but... You cannot tell anyone, understand?
Who the hell would I tell that to?
Right.
Later on in the trial, we have to prove that Makoto would have wanted to... What would Makoto's state of mind be when he was in the elevator? Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom.
That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression.
As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt.
Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied.
Really? How can you tell? Hello?
He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if...
Good. Now try and keep his spirits high.
How do I do that?
Think of something fun.
Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle?
Oh my god. Morgan was like, Emma spotted. Okay. And I'm a man of my word. Where is... There we go.
Oh. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week?
Actually, that sounds... Hey.
Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can?
Fair enough.
Losing sleep over this case.
No, not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer?
Not at all, I slept like a rock.
Lucky? I mean, I've been getting good rest, more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently.
Late nights? Like, going out?
Oh? No. Just late night chats.
Chatting about what?
God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater.
Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece.
Would hope we'd progressed since then.
You don't approve of this show of force, I take it?
Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chauvin's family is, but we both know that's not what this really is about. What this is really about. The cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated.
Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us as citizens.
Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep.
So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen?
Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now.
You're still on that?
Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in the city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in.
You shouldn't joke like that.
What? You don't believe me? This last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker. No close friends, no family. They went to work, and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The K was...
What happened to them?
blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think.
It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow.
Kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap...
Terrible. Did you find any belongings on them?
No.
So, probably a mugging then, right? Oh, is this the person that Morgan got the black card from?
No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And the thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to...
You know how muggers think now.
I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile.
Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. Huh?
I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin?
Now where would be the fun in that? Do you think London's also working on it? Okay. 1204 August 15th, 2086. Or room 40 AD. Is this where we stop? Oh, hi. Forgot to check. Mirai Ikuraya? Question mark? We don't even know her last name. No, wait. Occupation. Representative. Like sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol. Arachnids. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers. Favorite smell, dojo floors. The best at making use of people. The worst at hiding my distaste. Awesome. Terms, tenants, right. GFA, genetic factor authentication. As a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and passkey in order to complete verification. Right. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Holy shit. I mean, I guess so, yeah. Oh man, we've got only 54 credit. Okay. So I should stop here. Okay. Thoughts. Do I have any thoughts? Girl, I am more lost than Morgan. I don't. Okay. Who would have killed the police officer? Honestly, I can't think of, like, at this point, I can't think of, like, any, like, third parties. Like, any third party. Also, the timeline is, like, shit. I don't, okay, how did Morgan leave the scene of the crime afterwards? I forgot. She couldn't have just walked out of the door, right? Because the thing is that the... Alright. There's a car passing by. Okay. Thing is that the two police officers, Chopin and the guy we didn't get a profile for, Ranger, I think? I forgot. So the two police officers that arrived because they heard the gunshots, right? So I feel like by the time front door for the front door evidence piece, maybe? I feel like by the time they got to the front door, Morgan must have still be inside, right? Oh, right. Yeah. Trey had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think see if I had locked it behind me after I left. It's a door that automatically locks behind you when leaving the building, but we weren't sure. Though the lock is currently damaged, so maybe they just broke the lock, right? They have like a physical lock. So she went outdoor. Oh. I had left. What? But that would have been... Like, the time frame feels a little... too close. Like how long did it take for the police officers to respond to the gunshots? It couldn't have been that long, right? She had to kill all the guys, and then wipe all the traces, and then set up Sosuke, and then leave. But like, I feel like in that time, wouldn't the police officers have come? Oh, I don't know. Actually, you know, maybe she did leave really early. That's also the thing too that I don't know if they'll point out, but autopsy reports usually can tell. Depends how far sound can travel at night. Yeah. So autopsy, okay, wait. But autopsy reports usually can tell when the time of death is, right? If a time of death was significantly earlier than when the officers came onto the scene and found, or at least, you know, one of the officers found Sosuke on top of, with the katana, and the other officer dead, you know? Like, I don't know, like the gap of time between the 4 people being killed and the police officer being killed, I feel like that would be significantly odd, right? But the thing is, if you point that out, it's like so incriminating to Morgan. Or I don't know. Do you think it's possible for us to argue that, like for us to argue a third party but not name a third party? And then what if we had to name it, we named Heartbreak? Did Lennon say when he got his officer down notice? Is that in the evidence? Oh no, that's not it. Oh, it might not be here. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, but okay. I'm gonna assume that Morgan had just left super early after everything, right? At that time Sosuke hadn't woke up yet, and I'm assuming that, like, after Sosuke woke up was when the officers arrived onto the scene. So it would have, so I guess it would make sense for it to be like a while after Morgan had left, or at least like a good amount of time after Morgan had left, you know, which is crazy responding time, but whatever. They did mention that, like, in the lower wards, gunshots aren't really that urgent of an emergency because we'll hear them all the time or something. I don't know. But whatever happened, like if there was some kind of third party, they must have gone in and out through the windows then, right? Mostly because I'm pretty sure they were closed when we were talking. And also it would make sense with the blood splatter. And then, like, the garbage can being moved to maybe get onto the ladder. Like, I don't know. Brain too stupid. You too stupid. Anyway, you too stupid and me too stupid. That's the right. Okay. All right. I've got all these people and no potential suspect. I really don't think it's anyone that we know. If I had to put a random guess down at this moment, I would say, what's his name? The other police officer that was with with Chauvin who died. Mostly because he's literally just the other guy on the scene that we know. And hey, look at the last case that hasn't failed us before. Okay, alright. Alright, I guess I'll go to sleep. I don't have anything else. Tomorrow I'll come back at the same time. I'm gonna keep streaming until until I finish. Because if I stop here and then come back Monday, I'm not gonna remember, man. I'm gonna start forgetting. I'm gonna start flipping out. So I'll be back here 7 p.m. PST tomorrow, and then I'll continue. The upsetting thing is that I think this trial is probably not the last part of this chapter. We'll probably go through this trial, and then some stuff will be revealed, and we'll have like another investigation and another trial day. Because it's similar to Ace Attorney. So, like, I know that this is gonna continue on for even longer, and I really hope I really hope I can finish it Friday and Saturday at least. No, I'm not addicted, and no, I'm not crazy. I just want to know what happens. Okay. Alright. Bye.